এবার লিংকে দেখুন তো, লিংকটা দেখাচ্ছি না, लिंक मैंने शेयर हो, हाँ शेयर कर शेयर किए थे ना लिंक तो ग्रुप में डाला था। हमने किया था ना लिंक, आपने किए थे हाँ ग्रुप में है। हाँ हाँ हाँ
আইটি ডিপার্টমেন্টে আই কি দেখ
হুম? আমি আমি দেখুন আমি করলাম আবার এই করলাম জাস্ট দেখুন। हाँ हाँ ठीक है, लाइव हो गया, स्टार्ट हो गया, लाइव स्टार्ट हो गया। सब साउंड लेगा उससे
শুধু এই পেশটা, এই শুধু শুধু এই পেশটাকে যদি আমরা ওটা করে রাখি, ডাউনলোড তো করতে পারি, কিন্তু ওটা তোমাকে শুধু এই পেশটা চাই।
কি নাম ছিল?
এন এন আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে, পেশটা ব্যবহার করবে শুধু এই পেশটা, এই পেশটা একটু মিনিমাম করো, ছোট ছোট করে দিই। ইন্টারভিউটাই দিবে, এটা
इतने
এটা দিলাম, এটা শেয়ার পিডিএফ।
पीडीएफ पीडीएफ
পিডিএফ আছে,
पीडीएफ भी अच्छा
কি জানেন প্রশ্ন পাস এটা কি এফ11 না কি তোমার প্রশ্ন
कौन नहीं সেটা তো ওইটাতে হয় এতে এতে হবে এক্সেলে হয়
না না না
এটা পিপিটিতে হয়
না না
কন্ট্রোল কন্ট্রোল এইটাতে না এই সেটটাতে না
পিডিএফ
একদম এটা এটা নতুন ঠিক আছে
बेसिक फुल इसमें
इंटरव्यू में है पीपीटी।
हाँ इंटरव्यू ईमेल
ओ ईमेल, अच्छा तो यूट्यूবে শোনা আছে,
আমার সাউন্ডটা অফ করতে পারি
দেখছি
না 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 ভিডিওটা ওখানে আছে। আইপিডি
ভিডিও
হোয়াটসঅ্যাপ মিটিং স্টপ শেয়ারিং করতে না, স্টপ শেয়ারিং করতে হবে।
ऑर्डर में क्या
Stop paying. That is no stop remove.
ডিসপ্লে ভালো দিয়ে দিলাম।
हम लोग
পুরো দিন। এটা কেটে দিই। হ্যাঁ এটা লাগবে। হ্যাঁ তো কেটে দিই কাটো দিই।
ना इन्वेस्ट करते हैं
এটা কেটে দিই। স্যার করে দাও। স্কুটার
नेक्स्ट
तो होता है
नहीं होता नहीं
टाइम वेस्ट नहीं है
এটা
ये तीन बता कुछ नहीं पता
टाइम देना होगा टाइम देना
फिर नेक्स्ट वाला ये वाला
এই ব্যবস্থিত এইখানে আছে, একটু এটা নাও, ইয়ে করো, মিনিমাইজ করো। এই যে হলো ঠিক।
कोई साइंटिस्ट लेक्चर है जब आज आप सबका अपने
সেদিনকে মানে এটা সোমবার থেকে সোমবারই ব্যাপারটা ম্যাসেজ করে মানে কাবু করে দিতে জেনারেল পার্টিসিপেশন
আমাদের মিটিং তুমি আমাকে বললে তুমি একটা মেল লিখো হয়তো মিটিং হবে আমাদের একটা হোয়াটসঅ্যাপ আমার মিটিং আছে স্যার আমার মিটিং আছে
Hello. Hello.
Yes, madam. Yes, madam. Good morning. Yes, madam. Yes, madam. Good morning.
হ্যাঁ এবার বলুন ইয়েস ম্যাডাম গুড মর্নিং
Good morning.
Yeah, madam. Good morning.
ইয়েস ম্যাডাম গুড মর্নিং
Good morning to all of you. Actually, am I visible to you? Is there some problem?
Yes, you are visible and audible also.
Yes, the phone it is coming, but my laptop it is not coming. Some issues. I don't know. So things are ready. Are we going to start now or what?
Yeah, actually, he has arrived now. Yes, madam. He is very shortly he is arriving. Maybe another 2 to 3 minutes time.
Okay.
Hello. Yes. Hello. Yes, ma'am. Yes. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, that's yeah, yeah. Can you hear? हाँ मैडम
Hello.
yes ma'am yes just maybe Dr. Manamada is bringing a pen drive he has to give a presentation on a pen drive and the pen drive has to be loaded in our system so it takes 1 or 2 minutes time maybe he's with us so we can have within 2 minutes time. Hello, good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am.
So,
Am I audible?
yes, ma'am, you are audible. No, it's because the screen is shared. The camera is on.
Huh? What you said?
Yeah, you can minimize so that we can see you. Yes.
So, good morning, everyone. On behalf of the organizers, I heartily welcome you all and the online attendees to today's program on World Intellectual Property Day 2024. Before we start, I humbly request you all to please keep your phones muted and your microphones also muted. The World Intellectual Property Day is celebrated every year on April 26th to emphasize the importance of a balanced IP system to recognize and reward inventors and creators for their work and also ensure that society benefits from their creativity and ingenuity. The official theme of World IP Day 2024 is IP and the SDGs, building our common future with innovation and creativity. As with previous years, we at CSIR CGCRI will be observing this day in a befitting manner. We are privileged to have with us today Mr. Munish Sudan, Head of IPR and Technology Intelligence from Tata Steel, who will be delivering the IP Day oration today. Thank you, sir, for your time and welcome to CSIR CGCRI. I would now request our Director, Madam Dr. Suman Kumari Mishra, to kindly put forth her introductory remarks. Ma'am, over to you. Ma'am, are you able to hear us? Thank you. Thank you.
Audible?
Ma'am, you are very faintly audible. Your audio is not very proper.
Actually, I'm not able to hear your voice.
Am I audible, ma'am? Hello? Ma'am, are you now able to hear us?
Yeah, am I audible to you?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay. Yeah. Should I tell the welcome
Yes, ma'am.
address now?
Yeah, you can please put forth your introductory remarks.
Okay. I'm not able to see the audience right now because camera is not that side. Um, very good morning to all of you and hearty welcome to Mr. Munish Sudan, who accepted the invitation. I remember I was traveling to Jamshedpur and I told him, okay, Dr. Mr. Munish, please come on IP Day and we want you to be chief guest. I am very much thankful to you, Munish, that you accepted my invitation. And we are looking forward to hear from you. You are from the corporate office, so you can even tell more about how the IP and the technology put and collaboration, how it to help to get, as well as how to protect them individually in individual interests. They are very important. Today's day, everyone knows that all the R&D department, which was previously, it was not there. Long before, there was no patent was not seen in a different, very important. Most of the people start believe in, but the scientific community, researcher community believe in publishing good publications only, and they didn't realize that how the patent is so important for the progress as well as keeping the country high. Otherwise, quite often we may not be able to protect our rights, and even if we have a lot of capability, we were not able to protect them, and very easily others could copy, and earning would have been another country or other developer gets the credit and earns from there. But whereas the developing, who has actually contributed, those scientists or the researchers or the innovators, they were not getting so much credit. So in the last, say, last 30 to 35 years, gradually it started coming into much more in India in particular. And now every research organization, as well as the whosoever is involved in any innovation, they know how to protect. And this is, as a CSIR scientist, it is also very important for us that when we are doing our research, we must understand that if it is a patentable, we must first go for a patenting, so that our claim of the first being invented or innovation is done by that particular scientist, as well as the organization. Normally patents are not of individual name, but in the name of institution. So that's the way for us it is CSIR. So this protects us, that our claim to be the first, that helps us in some time when it goes to the technology transfer, royalties, and all other things comes into play, and that gives it a brand value. Because if you have got the patent on that, it is already reviewed by a lot of people, and it is proved that there is some innovation system is there, innovative steps are there. That is why that patent has been granted to anyone. So this also gives all the researchers a very self-satisfaction, as well as there is nothing like that when the same patent is uh, licensed to somebody who will be making commercialization of that product. There's no other satisfaction than that. Plus India or any nation needs this. This is not only for economic growth, it is also for making it image very high. With this, I don't think that I will be standing much more time, because already there are been deliberations are there by Munish, and also in the after there is a I know that from UDIP, some clinical things will be also shown on taking the examples of patent filing and then how to utilize and related things. So I'm very happy that today we are observing it, and I once again welcome Dr. Munish. I hope now I am able to see you. You are also able to see me. Thank you for accepting our invitation, and I'm official tour. Personally, I am not able to meet you today, but my people are there, and most importantly, your lecture and your advices is very important in today's day. And plus, we have. I'm happy through you and also with Devarshi Bhattacharya. We have ventured into a new projects also, and I'm sure we will have a joint IP very soon. Maybe in another 6 months, I believe that our people will be able to give what is required for the said project. And we look forward to your lecture. Once again, I welcome all of you and anybody who has joined online with us. Thank you very much. Over to Devarshi.
Thank you, madam, for your words. The work today is characterized by a recorded address by Mr. Darren Tan, Director General of the World Intellectual Property Organization from Geneva, Switzerland. We would now play the televised webcast of Mr. Tan's World IP Day message for the audience.
In 2015, the world came together, a historic promise to build a better and fairer future. The result was the UN Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, a global pledge to tackle hunger, alleviate poverty, In 2015, the world came together, a historic promise to build a better and fairer future. The result was the UN Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, a global pledge to tackle hunger, alleviate poverty, cut emissions, improve health, promote equality and support sustainable development everywhere. But SDG progress is small, only 15% of the goal track. Change. Throughout history, when facing challenges, it has been human ingenuity, ideas, and innovation that has allowed us to overcome and succeed. So to put the SDGs back on track, we need to harness intellectual property as a catalyst to unleash the power of innovation and creativity to address our common global challenges. From electric vehicles to life-saving drugs, clean and green tech, AI, digital technologies, and many others, IP can be the vehicle to turn bold new ideas into real-world impact. So on this World IP Day, let us come together as a global community and use the power of IP to achieve the SDGs to build a better future for all of us.
We are grateful to Mr. Tan for his kind words. Moving on to the IPT lecture today, I would request Dr. Devashish Bandyopadhyay, Chief Scientist and Head of the Business Development and Publication Division CCRI, to formally introduce our esteemed guest and today's speaker, Mr. Manish Sudan, and invite him for the oration.
Good morning to all of you, and it's a pleasure for me to introduce Mr. Sudan, Mr. Manish Sudan of Tata Steel, who happens to be a very leading professional in intellectual property law and practice in the country currently. He actually heads the intellectual property and technology intelligence functions of Tata Steel, and he's managing the research collaboration with academia and research institutions. He is a member of the Innovation Council, and he works with several researchers in various institutions to enable fusion of ideas into innovations, new products, and new technologies. Mr. Sudan is actually a chemist by background. He is graduated from the IIT Roorkee, and he has eventually also has an IPR law degree from the National Academy of Legal Studies and Research, and also holds a graduation in business management from Excellence. He is a certified licensing professional with a graduate licensing professional and also specializes in strategy and marketing. Before joining Tata Steel, Mr. Sudan has worked in the capacity of group manager at Evalusa and has headed a multilingual team of more than 60 team members providing IP asset management and technology research for strategic solutions in Fortune 100 companies, primarily in the domains of energy and chemical sciences. He has managed open innovation programs, identified potential partners, and subsequently developed several strategic alliances in the domains of personal care, photovoltaics, lithium-ion batteries, and so on. He has co-authored several books. He has been a prolific speaker in many of these institutions and looking after especially these collaborations with research institutions, universities, and academia. I think Mr. Sudan today will be a true bridge in order to bridge our requirements of industry and institutional collaboration. So with these few words, I would request Mr. Sudan, sir, the floor is yours for your speech.
Good afternoon, all, and thank you, Dr. Suman, Dr. Devashish, and whole CGCRI fraternity for inviting me and addressing you all on this World Intellectual Property Day. Dr. Devashish asked me the topic of the discussion, and I thought of aligning to the extent possible with the theme of World Intellectual Property 2024, and that's Sustainable Development Goals. And that's what I am focusing on, intellectual property and how it aligns with sustainability, specifically green intellectual property, if I sum up in a very layman's word. But before I talk about intellectual property, how it's related to sustainability, how it can contribute to sustainability, what is the greater good aspect of intellectual property, and we talk about innovation. I just want to give you a very a brief snapshot of that, why the whole world is talking about sustainability. I'm pretty sure all of you come from a very prestigious scientific background. You do understand sustainability is important, but I don't know how much we understand the how grave is the situation. This is there's a organization which is not for profit, CO2 Earth, which keeps on tracking how the CO2 levels are increasing across the world. And of course, there is a guardrail of 2 degrees centigrade which has been put by IPCC, International Panel of Climate Change, and they say if we touch that 2 degrees centigrade, it would be a huge calamity across the world. And they have kept a target to keep it below 1.5 degrees centigrade. And scientists believe, the climate scientists believe that if we touch 450 ppm of atmospheric CO2, it will raise the temperature of almost by 1.5 degrees centigrade. And to many of your surprise, we have already touched 425 ppm. So we are not very far. That's one side of the story. The other side of the story, the research says that typical rise of 100 ppm takes 5,000 to 20,000 years. And how fast we have taken just 120 years to raise the atmospheric CO2 levels by 100 ppm. So this is one aspect. There's another very important aspect, because we are all human beings, living organisms. Almost 1 million animal and plant species are now threatened with extinction, many within decades. This is the situation that we are living in, and if we still believe that situation is not grave, actually we are actually approaching towards a very, very serious condition. But then we need to also understand that what has led to all this. And again, I'll put it very layman's word. If I have to blame anything, that what has led to this situation is the technological advancement. I'll come to that, while blaming technology. Because of the industrialization and all that stuff that happened. But when I'm saying that these technological advancements have created the problem, the solution also comes from there. That's where the need of R is that scientists like you, researchers like you, take research all through from a different lens altogether. Now, it's very important, in a way, management tools, but I just want to touch upon a very basic concept of this. There's a theory of resources. It says that Earth has very limited resources, but if we have to do more, there's only one catalyst. If we have to do more with less, there's only one catalyst, and that's innovation. The point here is we have been doing more with low, but we haven't addressed the sustainability part. There is another aspect. It's what it says the theory of business. It says the context keeps on changing. What we were talking about 100 years back, 50 years back, actually is not relevant. The way we have been innovating 50 years back actually is not relevant. And if you're not aligning to the evolving context, you are living a fool's dilemma. You might be doing something, but no, there's no taker for those. It's very important today when we are talking about intellectual property, sustainability, SDGs, we understand what is that new context. What is that evolved context which is relevant now? Otherwise, it's happening. I can keep on talking on this topic for long. I keep on, I'm in many forums and find that people are still doing research on many of the aspects which are not relevant in today's topic. And if we have to be relevant in 21st century in this evolved context, first and foremost, we need to redesign our innovation. And when we talk about our conventional innovation process design, it actually talks about whether innovation is generating revenues for you. And I'm talking from innovation perspective, not purely from invention or research perspective. Another very important aspect which all that evolved world, the developed world always took into consideration: can I create exclusivity? Can I own intellectual property on it? What I'm creating on it, so that I can keep my competition away, so that I can have supra competitive prices on whatever I'm inventing, whatever I'm researching. These two factors were the main drivers for innovation across the world, and I'm specifically referring to the Western world, developed world, because that's where most of the innovation happens post Second World War. But while we were thinking of innovation, nobody addressed the third aspect, sustainability, and that's what I'm emphasizing on. The world is emphasizing on that. Indeed, revenue is important, indeed exclusivity is important, but we need to also see everything altogether from a different lens, and that lens is lens of sustainability. The topics, the domains, the application that we are choosing, we need to see are those having any implication from sustainability perspective. And if you are having that, I'm pretty sure in 21st century you will have more takers. Of course, government is pushing, United Nations pushing, the World Trade Organization pushing, because it's a need of all. And when I say the issues are large, the problems are large, whenever there are big opportunities, there are always big scope of that. When there are big issues, big problems, there is always big opportunity. And we are having many opportunities to make a mark on the world as a country, because the world doesn't have all the solutions when we talk about sustainability. And here we don't need to be laggards, we can actually be the leaders. If we can address these issues, we can address the issues of sustainability, decarbonization, all the aspects related to recycling, reuse. It's a huge, huge opportunity for us as a country, as a nation. And when we talk about all the sustainability, the question comes: is IP a facilitator or a bottleneck? And when I go in many forums, many times people ask, IP is to keep the competition away, isn't it? You actually narrow down the scope of uses and exploitation. But I'll explain you in subsequent slides. Actually, it's a big facilitator on multiple fronts, and actually it attacks many of the sustainable development goals directly. First and foremost, IP facilitates the growth of knowledge. When we talk about intellectual property, often people see intellectual property from pure play of protection perspective. When we talk about intellectual property, what do people see? Oh, we want to protect something. But let me just tell you very basic, the basic theory of having an intellectual property system across the world. It was actually to foster innovation. Now you will ask me, how does it foster innovation? And the very basic theory which based upon which the system has evolved over a period of time is that if somebody is coming up with something new, you need to incentivize it, and then incentivization happens by giving exclusivity, limited exclusivity, say 20 years for a patent application. It varies for copyright and for other forms of intellectual property. But how does it foster innovation? The very basic premise of giving you intellectual property, especially on technological front, was when you are coming up with something new and government is giving you exclusivity, you need to disclose that technological knowledge to the world. So when you share, the speed of innovation increases. So every patent comes in public domain after 18 months. It actually tells world what I have done, and you can further build on it. You can further upgrade what I'm doing, and this leads to increase in the speed of innovation. Consider a hypothetical situation that you are doing something but you're not telling the world. There are two aspects now. Either you publish it. If you publish it, the only incentive that you get is the moral recognition, that people recognize that you are researchers of that. But the world needs money also. The economy is equally important. Finance is equally important. So you need incentivization in the form of revenue also. And intellectual property facilitates both. It gives you moral recognition. It gives you also the economical recognition. But at the same time, it serves the greater purpose, dissemination of the knowledge, so that others can learn from it and build upon it. So you have on one side the interest of business. What is that interest of business? That's money. You go for intellectual property protection, you get advantages, but this interest of the society. What is the interest of society? The world moves for the betterment. The society has lesser and lesser issues. Okay, we can elevate poverty. We can elevate the issues related to, say, decarbonization. That's a larger objective of the society. IP system facilitates both, and it actually makes a balance between two. And it's very important when we talk about sustainable development goals. Innovation is at the heart of it. It's very important when we talk about this evolved world. Today, people talk about collaboration. People talk about that startups should come together, academia should come together, a big company and small company should come together. And when I was working as a consultant, I used to work with a lot of SMEs, international SMEs, startups. They were always fear of collaborating with bigger parties. People always felt that no, because there's a big company, they will steal my idea, they will steal my research, and rather than I'm getting the credit, they will get the credit. And because if you are a small entity of $5 million US, collaborating with say $5 billion giants, of course they can fight the legal battles. Startups can't fight them. But intellectual property gives you that a basic platform. Actually, if you are innovative, if you believe in your research, if you believe in your invention, and you want to make it big, this is the only mechanism. And further explain it that no other tool in the world has created as many as billionaires as intellectual property is created. And this is valid across the countries, just not for India, US, Europe. How does it facilitate collaboration? A very simple example, and this is from practical experience. I can keep on talking about story. I was working for a consultant for a university as a consultant in 2006-7, and there was a fashion of coming up with today it's a fashion of wearing smartwatches, right? It measures your heartbeat and many other stuff. It was way back in 2006-7 when he conceptualized that invention, and he doesn't have any capital. Even to put up a prototype facilities or manufacture that. So what we suggested is that you file it, and he had a limited money. The professor had limited money. We asked him to file a patent application, go for PCT, get an international search done, and then we started connecting him with the relevant companies who we think that could be the right partners for him. And he got a deal with a very popular shoe manufacturer, of course, because of the confidentiality issues. I'm not disclosing all the details. And he become also equity owner in that initiative of making the smart. You think of investment of not 10 lakh rupees, he could harvest, he could generate money, he could leverage the output of his research. This is the beauty of this. In India, we are also talking about using IP as collateral for taking loans. I'm in some forums where we are working with ministries and all that, but there are countries like US and many developed countries where it acts as a collateral. I'll give you another example. I don't know how many of you know that Google started with this. Larry Page, founder of Google, he didn't have anything. And when he did his PhD from Stanford, he was invented this very first application which Google, not Google, it came from Stanford while he was doing PhD, it was on page ranking map. When he founded Google, he actually licensed that patent from Stanford University and he had nothing to pay to the university. So he agreed that you own a percentage of equity from me and I am funding this patent. He went ahead with that very basic patent, started Google. I don't need to tell about the size of Google, the revenue of Google, the profitability of Google. And very recently, Stanford actually sold that percentage of equity, I think from 300 or 400 billion dollars. That's the power of Google. That's a power it can give to the larger ecosystem. That's a power you can have actually billionaires coming from the grassroots. There are many such examples, there are many such professors who have come in the top 100 richest people and they work on this model. They have realized the value of intellectual property and they know how to use it. Two things. First, you need to believe in yourself that what you're doing actually is relevant for the society, is relevant for the nation, is relevant for the world. The second, you need to understand the tools to make money out of it. In India, we always believe that, Saraswati and Lakshmi can't be together. But the world feels they can be together. Knowledge and wealth can be together. God has given enough examples. Is the proportion of small scale industry in total industry value added. This is how it is leading to sustainable development. I was talking about Google, there are many examples, FireEye, Apple, Dropbox, all these companies just started with no money, no capital investment. It becomes tool for them. I can give you examples from Indian pharmaceutical industry, Indian startup ecosystem. They just started with a and become one of the biggest companies. That's the power of intellectual property. It provides economical incentive to invest. Now, people always say that put money for R&D. Why would you put money for doing research? If you don't have a mechanism to incentivize, otherwise everyone will keep on waiting for others to innovate and copy. Intellectual property actually has created an incentivization mechanism so that if you're the first one to come up in the market, you will have more incentives compared to the laggards or the ones who will copy. Why Apple is one of the most profitable companies in the world? Only because they are the leaders when they come up with the technology. And this is very fundamental. You can pick up the list of developed countries in the world, you will find one thing common. They have a very robust intellectual property system in place, and they make sure that it's integrated with their innovation system. Very, very stringent. Whether we talk about United States, Germany, whether we talk about any other European country, Switzerland or Japan, you will find they have one of the robust intellectual property system in place. They have a robust understanding of intellectual property, that how it is actually interwoven with the innovation. In fact, more and more what we have also observed, because technology domains are becoming very, really you will find one technology player actually is leading the market or coming to the market on its own. There are always complex of technologies which are coming together, complex intellectual property coming together, which also give you opportunity to cross license and learn from each other. But you can do that only when you have created something of your own. I'm talking from corporate standpoint. Gone are the days in Indian ecosystem, the typical business model was there were companies in Japan, Germany, US, they used to innovate, and you used to pay them for licensing intellectual property, and you used to manufacture in India and sell it. Gone are the days. Nobody follows that. All these MNCs says, if I can do business myself in India, why would I give you technology for money? The only way to collaborate with me is you give me something, I'll give you something. That's the way forward. Money for technology is not the way forward. That's the growing trend of 20%. Because world has become open. The global market is open. It's just not restricted to one company or two companies or the domestic. This is the largest trend across the world. There you see there's a bigger market opportunity. The message is very simple. If you will not innovate, we will perish. So why the corporates and government is talking about intellectual property? They want to make sure that their own companies sustain in this evolving competitive world. It's very, very important. And as the lesson says, the best way to predict the future is to create it. How to create this future? Again, I'm re-emphasizing the very basic fact. We are actually at threshold of a very big opportunity, because world is starting almost at the same stage as we have to start. When we talk about semiconductor revolution, when we talk about, say, the after Second World the industrial revolutions, actually we were not anywhere closer. We always did bits and pieces. Here, everyone is starting at a from a common stage, and hence there is an opportunity for developing countries to be leaders on innovation front. And as a society, also we need to think that how we propagate this culture of sustainability. I put certain examples, but it can start from basics of saying no to the polythene bag, consuming as less as possible when it comes to non-recyclable products, non-recyclable package stuff. But it's very important that we also encourage innovation in the field of green technologies, and I'm pretty sure you apply for DST funds and many other funds. The approving authorities are also seeing your proposal from a different lens altogether if they are having angle of sustainability. There's a mechanism created at a global level. If you have something related to green technology, actually you can host your technology, you can host your IP at those platforms. They get wider. There are different terms and conditions when it comes to licensing of the intellectual property. But we also need to understand that while we're talking about sustainability, we also need to understand that large chunk of technologies, which comes from academia, which comes like research institute like yours, actually die at the value of text. that's what research says across the world, that technologies don't move, large technologies don't move from technology readiness level 4 to 6. But if we anticipate this, if we understand this, if we prepare for it, we can actually overcome. And that's where the thorough understanding that how the innovation system works, where you will find the maximum hurdles, where you would need the maximum capital investment actually matters. As a researcher, the ultimate goal is to take a technology to the market. It's just not to end up with a research publication or patent. And for that, you have to cross the valley of fact. You have to upscale the technology, you have to demonstrate, you have to commercialize that technology. And understanding that actually matters. I was talking about which are the platforms. The world IP system has actually recognized that we need to see intellectual property coming on green front differently. They have come up with different international patent classification system. I have listed there. There's a tagging system from European Patent Office. There's a IPC green inventory from WIPO. There's a WIPO green database. You can host your technologies also there. If you think you have come up with something, just leave if it has IP or doesn't have IP. That's a secondary. Even if it doesn't have IP, and you think I have come up with a solution as a researcher which has relevance to this world, you can actually post it. You may find a taker there because the reach of WIPO green is actually across the world. Similarly, there is a new classification system which is developed by OECD. The patent pledges coming across, you know about Tesla. They actually made large chunk of their patent related to lithium-ion batteries actually open. They want that world adopts the green technology at a faster rate. So companies are also making pledges that if you intend to take it on sustainability front, there would be discounted rate or there would be royalty-free rates, provided you are addressing the larger issue. Similar mechanism applies for granting the fund. This is what we are doing as a Tata Steel. How we are addressing sustainability. I don't know how many of you know steel industry, one of the biggest polluters when it comes to carbon emissions. For every ton of steel produced, we emit more than 2 tons of CO2. And this has become global concern. It's not from an Indian scenario perspective. In fact, we are shifting to electrical arc furnace in UK already. These are some strategic technology leadership areas that we have taken, and all these have sustainability angle. Starting from utilizing low quality raw materials, we have abundant low quality raw materials in India. Carbon capture and utilization, we put one of the first plants in the world for capturing CO2 from steel emissions. And hydrogen, how can we make use of hydrogen in steel making? We took one of the largest trials last year. We injected hydrogen so it can act as a reductant while we are reducing the iron. Mobility, we are working on solution related to high-strength steel but lightweight high-strength steel, so that if your vehicle is having lesser weight, of course it will consume lesser steel. Water, we have kept targets of minimal consumption of fresh water. We have kept a target of less than 1.5 meters cube of water consumption per ton of steel produced. So all this, and as a group level, we have kept a target that we would be carbon neutral by 2045. Tata Group. So these are some inspirational targets that we have kept. Emerging technology like artificial intelligence can actually augment the whole. There's an interplay of technologies when we talk about making faster progress. So I think it's not new for us. We have always seen that this whole world is like a small family. And when we're talking about sustainability, actually we need to see from that angle. We need to address the issues because when we talk about carbon emission, it's just not restricted to one country, one state, or one Pacific, one island. Actually, it's a global issue. So we need to think, we need to come together as family, and we have ample amount of very recent examples, COVID-19, how the world came together, how the whole political system came together, how the whole research fraternity came together, how the whole social ecosystem came together to address this issue. And what people thought of that it will take 10, 12 years to solve this issue, we actually could solve this issue in 2 to 3 years. The situation related to sustainability is as grave as COVID-19. The only concern or only perspective I would say is it's happening at a slower rate, or we are not able to see it very visibly the way we could see the COVID-19 situation. But the situation is actually there, and it's the need of our that we all come together and address this situation. We take this challenge open heart, and we grab this opportunity just not to help the world, but also to become leaders on innovation front as a country, as a nation, as an academia, as an institute. That's all I have to talk about. I would be happy if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manish. It's a very good presentation on how I think and we can give us a sustainable solution towards growth. I have one India country where we have to adopt some liberal public policy so that we have to cater different kind of industrial section, or you can say some organized sector, unorganized sector. And also being a very large population, it's a labor intensive country. So we have to cater this large labor to our industry and other employment, so many things. In this context, I just want to or your in our country, there is a lot of unorganized sectors who employs almost 94% of this sector, and only 6% for this organized. Also, out of this 94% employment, this unorganized sector produces 45%.
Very right.
Out of that, if I'm not wrong, 30% of these particular things non-agricultural sector also. In that context, also I have one paper on that. I'm looking after the productivity of the unorganized sector. So the productivity gives a good result in terms of the returns to scale. They are not following any idea. They are simply some jugaad method or because every country has different perspectives and they have labor and all those things. Maybe Europe has a but we don't have. But we maybe we don't have that much of unorganized labor. Labor in unorganized sector means all are not qualified and all. I can have. In that context, where unorganized sector is making so much of contribution to the economy, and in that context, how is idea, because it's again that debatable issue, whether they are making dual and doing the thing, and they are not keeping any kind of expenses on this IP, or they are also doing R&D, but in unorganized.
Absolutely.
So what do you think in like, because Tata is a company where ancillarization one of the part where they are making this kind of small SMEs in the formal. if they are putting this effort more, not only one company, all other companies should come forward, so that their productivity and all these things may also increase. Also, these big companies will cater this kind of. Is there any sort of thinking or policy you feel
Yeah.
that we can cater?
You raised a very relevant question. Deep analysis on that. I'll give you a couple of examples. So, our unorganized sector, if you feel they are not innovative, actually that's also one of the things. But there are a lot of initiatives, and let me just tell you how intellectual property can augment their revenue harvest potential. What they are doing actually, and government has understood it. I'll give you examples, the policies they have come up with. I don't know how many of you have heard about one product, one district. This is an initiative from the government, and government believes that we are so diverse in terms of our culture, in terms of our resources. Actually, there is a unique value proposition which may be coming from each of the states, each of the districts. I was in a IT Day conference 2 days back at CII Delhi, and I was seeing there was a 15-20 displays from rural sectors, from Rajasthan, from Himachal, from J&K, from many sectors. And the emphasis here is that we need to brand this, we need to market this, we need to tag this with geographical indication. I don't know how many of you have heard about the Kullu shawls. It comes from one district of Himachal Pradesh because of the sheep grown in that particular area. When you harvest the wool from those ships, it gives you a very different property. If you go on selling that, this is coming from all organized sectors. There are no players like Tatas or Birlas or Reliance and all that. If you are going to sell that particular shawl in the open market without a branding, without a tag, you would sell it for 200 rupees. But the value that shawl is creating, actually it's worth of getting sold for 5,000 rupees. It has those value elements, it has those properties that it can be sold at high price. How can it be done? It can be done when you understand the importance of intellectual property. Why pay more for Zara and BMW or XYZ of this world? Not just that they actually give you the basic necessity, Maruti is also giving you the basic necessity. They have actually understood the importance of branding intellectual property. When we say about intellectual property, IPR, many times we take it in a very loose term that always we need to have a patent. This has many forms. Dabbawalas, they have become so reputed. I'm pretty sure you have listened about this Dabbawalas in Mumbai. Suppose if their brand goes for a toss, would they be able to survive? This has become a brand. Not in India, across the world, power talks about this. These are the power of intellectual property, and then when we talk about intellectual prose, of course, there are few things which we can protect through some legal rights, but there are few softer elements. But we need to see the value, and we need to have a mechanism that how we can think of augmenting value of that, which might be coming from unorganized sector. So that's one mechanism I can tell you. There are many other aspects where we can think about that how can we help in this unorganized sectors to create more value for them. Branding is very important. Geographical indication is one of the most powerful tools. If I don't know how many of you think whiskeys and the champagnes, you are paying 10,000 rupees for one bottle of whiskey or one bottle of champagne. But the similar whiskey or the similar champagne, similar I'm saying, which is not sourced from Scotland or some of those countries, would be available for 1,000 rupees. Right? That's the power of branding. And world is there to pay you for that. So we need to understand that. How do we do that? First, we have something which is having unique value proposition. Then comes the next step, the tool. And that goes with this also that we need to have a confidence that what I'm doing, what I'm inventing, what I'm doing research on is having relevance for the society, for the country, for the world. you're convinced on that, the second part is how you take it to the market, how you make big out of it. It's a stepwise. So many of the geographical indication that we're talking about for whole so many decades, we have been using that and we know those have unique value. Kolhapuri Jyoti or so many other things. Basmati rice, right? We want to eat basmati rice, right? Now it's getting exported. When we had the geographical tags on that, it's getting exported at 2x price, 3x price, 4x price. Who's getting benefit? Unorganized sector. That's the power of intellectual property. Any more questions?
I just also have one just suggestion from your comment that if you have seen that like this year the WIPO has mapped the patents global portfolio against the SDGs, right?
Yes.
And as it comes through, is the highest number is mapped against the SDG 9, which is the industry, innovation and infrastructure. Minimum goes to gender equality.
Right.
So basically, if you look at like our overall CSIR portfolio, that is our CGCRI also acting with that one. So we have got a very largest number of portfolio if you look at it with the industry, innovation and infrastructure. But if you take into consideration the lists which we have been also showing, that now that these green families are identified separately, right? So that we figure very badly. Like I'll tell you, even I was taking a look at our own portfolio. So the percentage of the total IP which we have under the green portfolio, that happens to be unacceptably low, because that happens to be like that. So what would be your suggestion?
So that's what I go back to my, I think, third or fourth slide. Read. This is not for CGCRI. The whole world needs to redesign their innovation process. And I'm telling you, I have worked for at least 15, 20 MNCs as a consultant. Nobody saw their innovation management process from the lens of sustainability. I worked for a company called Aventium way back in 2007-8. They were the first company, they started talking about recyclable polymers. They believed in that world will have to adopt in year 4 to also recyclable polymers. Now, there are very few companies, Apple is one of the companies, they have taken target that they will make sure that they use all the materials which is recyclable. They are also trying to make use of steel and aluminum which are fully recyclable and recyclable polymers. We all need to see that along with novelty, along with the industrial potential, along with the patent scope, we also need to see how does it fit into the sustainability. And if you're not looking from that angle, I'm telling you again, you would be creating things, there would be no takers. That's how world is going to respond to things.
So basically, what will be your suggestion for catalyzing that transition?
I would say whenever you are taking up a project, you benchmark it, how actually it is standing against the best of the sustainable solution. If you think it's going to add more sustainable problems for you, problems from the sustainability issues, it's not the right path, it's not the right project, it's not the right scheme of things for you to pursue. I'm giving you an example from a corporate standpoint. We have so many suppliers, so many in thousands. Whenever now new suppliers come, one of the questions that we ask, how does it stand from sustainability perspective? What is the recyclable? What is the reusable? Leave it. Our customers are asking now. What is your strategy that once my vehicle is going to be over its life cycle, is your steel recyclable on 100%? Steel, of course, is recyclable, but steel that has many processing done, coating done, right? Like zinc, galvanized. It has a problem when it comes to recycling. Why don't institute like CGCRI or any other institute think from that angle? We'll make sure that galvanized steel is fully recyclable. So customers have started asking this question. So I think it's not futuristic; it's happening now. So don't think time it will happen. It will happen now. It's going to happen, it's happening, then there is no alternative for it. The policies at the global level are becoming stringent day by day. Because your customers are not ready to accept you as supplier. You are Tata, that's fine, but at the end you need to be responsible. That's why we have taken very stringent targets. Companies are taking very stringent targets. Companies are actually revamping the whole manufacturing system just to make sure they are aligned with the decarbonization targets. So many automotive companies, they have taken target, they will not make any other vehicles other than electrical one. You can imagine they are doing for 100 years and they have to change the whole platform. It's a huge investment. You can see it's not now just talks, action is happening. That's how I think all of you need to think, redesign the way you were selecting projects earlier. I think, and I'm making a comment based on my working with academia and institutes. I think it's a high time that we also see the commercialization potential. As researchers and scientists, we are too much attached to the newness, noveltiness. How that novelty is going to be adopted or whether it has a commercialization scope, we don't give much thought. And that's why I was talking yesterday in that conference. The theme of the conference was how can we, in top 25 countries in the world, what can institutes do, what can industries do, what can corporates do from India? My only one Mool mantra is that we are in top 10 when it comes to research publications. We are in top 10 when it comes to number of patents coming from the country. We are in top 10 when it comes to number of engineering and science graduates coming and all this. Of course, we can discuss, debate on quality and all that, but at least on number side, we are in top 10. But when we look at the innovation front, we are not in top 10. We are not even top 25. We stand at number 14. Reason is when we are creating knowledge, we are not actually seeing where that knowledge is going to be put across. Who is the taker? How that knowledge is going to be absorbed? How that knowledge is going to be diffused? We need to assess that while we are taking a research project. It will change the whole game. I'm pretty sure many young people are sitting here, they have 20, 30 years of career. This ingrained this thought process, you will become a better researcher, you will have more recognition, you will have more incentives on all the fronts. And you will have more satisfaction when you see one of your products getting used in the market, getting used by the industry, one of your process getting implemented. I don't think there would be better satisfaction. People do give satisfactions because that's how we have been trained, but I think we need to go a step ahead. We have done that. We started as a country, we learned the processes, started training, we have reached to a fair level now. I think the next level now, we need to tell the world that we can we can be the leaders, we can make the product of the world. Right? UPI is world-class product. It has come from India. There are so many. Rotavirus, I was the other day, the lady from AIDS was talking about rotavirus story. It's one of the best vaccines which has come out of India. Our own vaccines, COVID-19 vaccine, right? So I don't think there's a dearth of talent. The issue here is we haven't understood the process. We haven't mastered what it takes to make things greater, what it takes to make things impactful on a global scale. And if we master that, I'm pretty sure all of you would do great things. Thank you.
Thank you. Pramod has a question. Sir, Pramod has another question. Can you give him the mic?
I think I want to.
Here I have we'll be working with
Yes, it is. When the industry or the stakeholder, their interest is say ultimate and consider the time of development. Takes only the initiative. But then in the next step we become more democratic. That the exclusiveness and non-exclusiveness when we take count, most of the investors and willing people, those who are trying to take these things to the market, then many people start talking about why this thing start being profitable. So here we are finding it very
So,
with even with Tata Steel also.
yeah,
Ranking and all these things, but we have.
absolutely. I can't agree with you more what you're saying. And we need to understand that we are, and that's what I'm talking about, that we need to evolve the ecosystem as a whole. We need to see, because we have even dealt these kind of things at a larger scale, at a larger level. We have started an initiative. We had an opening ceremony yesterday, and the focus of this initiative is that how we propagate culture of technology commercialization in India. Now, what you are saying is, first of all, we don't know what is the best process. As a institute, as a company, I'm saying, of course, I work for many of MNCs, but when it comes to that, I have to push certain things. There are always inhibition because we haven't done in past. So is case with the institute also. Let me just give you an example from the institute itself. I was talking to one of the IITs, and they had come up with some very good invention, and I thought that we can think of scaling it up. So I started talking to the technology transfer office that there is a potential, and I think we can work together. Then he started asking me that we need to agree for a royalty rate. So I asked him, boss, this has not reached to any commercialization scale. We will agree to it if it works. But there is a stage in between. Yeah, where we need to work and see how things work, what are the results, and then there comes the stage of commercialization where the royalty would be. I tried to convince him. Again, he had his own way of doing things, and as it happens, when he goes internally, people say, no, this is the way we will do it, we will not move away. People are understanding things. That's where the agility, flexibility, and I think deeper understanding would be needed. And when we are talking about collaboration, this collaboration is just not for coming up with a paper and pattern, but to take it to the next level. And for that, of course, we need to deviate from our standard processes. I don't want to take
This is the biggest thing that you are asking. I mean, whenever we come, you are not in a position to blame that person or that team which we are working together. It is the system which we are coming back to these people and they are saying that it is something else.
The system, I'm saying, I'm not system blaming. It's not a system is responsible. Not a system has not seen these things happening. I'm just giving example from Indian context. How many such things we have seen and happening?
We have to accept. I have recently read one report from Raghuram Rajan. Why all the entrepreneurs who are becoming, say, unicorn within a very short time, they are being migrated to Singapore and Dubai. It is because of this system.
Yeah.
They are saying that we are the startups are coming up growing, immediately they are moving away and
yeah, so the question is, I'm talking about yes system, but how we will change the system? System will change when we will see this happening more and more. And how we will see this more and more happening when we will set precedence. We will push for one thing happening, and one thing happens from your end, the other thing will say, see, Dr. So and so, things happen. He will give example of this, he will give example of that, he will give example of that, and that's how the system would automatically change. So I'm saying there is a resistance. I'm telling because as a country we have reaching to that stage now when we see that this we need to tackle this, we need to take this head on, and we need policy changes. I'm just talking from Patent Act perspective. There's so many concerns on the Patent Act, the way we have enacted the Patent Act, and we have a forum where we talk to the patent offices and the ministries. That boss, you need to address that because if I'm agreeing to this, I have the issues. So yes. My main concern is that this is high time that we think of system change, and for that we sit together, we deliberate, discuss, and we find that intent is not to push somebody down or push somebody up. Intent is to make things happen.
Now this understanding is very coming, but still I must say, unfortunately, when that venture system came, I think more than 20 years ago, but still we are struggling. In
I'll give you example of billet casting board. We are thinking of licensing it out. I have been pushing it for last 6 months. It has happened now. We have agreed. I have convinced. I'm not saying because if something is thrown up to you as the first time, you don't know how things happen. So you will start asking questions. I will take it badly. How can you ask me? But I need to understand this person's perspective also, that this person has not handled this thing previously. He will handle more things. He will understand. He will not ask questions. So first time we will have to give that push. We need to be patient, but we need to be very clear that I have to make this happen.
And finally, just demonstrating that
Yes. I think for case to case basis, if we do that, I'm pretty sure. I firmly believe talent is not a concern. Resources are not a concern. We need to understand the game of innovation. What it takes from invention to innovation.
because that's why the downcomer is also following up.
Absolutely. And the day we master it, I'm pretty sure the scale, the way we at which or the pace at which we are moving, it will actually be 10x, 100x.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, sir, for such an engrossing lecture and addressing these very relevant issues on IP. I would now request Mr. Shikendu Monda, Chief Scientist, Specialty Glass Division, to please come up on the dais. And it will be our very pleasant task to felicitate today's speaker, Mr. Munish Sudan. I would request Kiki to please present the memento to Mr. Thank you, Mr. Monda, and thank you, sir, once again. So with this, we have almost
Devarshi, I want to say
yes, sure, ma'am.
thank you. Thank you, Dr. Please, your lecture was very informative, and I would like to know if you could have given some highlight on, suppose we start as a, it is not related to really IP, but after we have conducted experiments, now we want to go first. Everybody tells us that, okay, give the techno-commercial analysis. Quite often, scientists are not so much. Probably you are doing for when you are going for a newer project. So, for some at least one example, if you could have, not necessarily now today, maybe time is less, but of this thing also, if one example, how one should go for a techno-commercial analysis of their research product, whatever they have done, so that they can be much more confident way tell to the customers who may take their technology. And so basically, I want that every scientist is not capable of calculating the techno-commercial evaluations. You people do quite often. Some one two examples, if you could have given, this would have we would have gained.
I think, ma'am, I'm really mesmerized the kind of questions came from audience and from you also. Very relevant when we talk about innovation. It's very relevant when I was talking what it takes from invention to innovation. Anything would take from invention to innovation when you see a techno-commercial potential. Now, how to do it, first of all, and why we do it. So, why we do it, first of all, you want to make your invention accepted by the customer. What is that customer going to buy for? Customers could be a company, customer could be an individual, customer could be SME. Now, who would be able to give that answer to you is, again, if you are taking a mistaking very simple example of a glass coating, and that glass coating is applied to say for a windows. Who are your end customers? First of all, you need to understand what is that problem I'm targeting for. Is that problem good enough for a company to put in money? Now, how will you get answer to? Of course, first of all, internet is a great source, but we need to be very, very deep in our analysis and finding this. Once we have a basic understanding, typically the way we do, reach out to the customers. Have one-to-one conversation. Try to understand what if I am able to achieve this property. What if I am able to achieve this property? What if I am able to achieve this property? What if these two properties are not achieved? What if this property is not achieved? When you come up with this level of analysis and you kick off your project, first of all, you are not going on a journey of innovation without understanding where you want to go. Now you have an otherwise, that's what my professor used to say when I did my master's project. What are you doing? I used to say that I am mixing chemicals doing experiment. For what purpose you are doing? What do you want to achieve? Because if you are sitting in lab and doing XYZ things, doing random combinations, things would happen. And those might be new, but you don't know for what purpose you are doing that. You need to have the ultimate objective very clear, and that's where the inputs from customers are very, very important. I'll give you, I think, if you really want to understand how to become great innovators, there's no better example than Edison, and there's good enough of literature written on that person, how he used to do it. I'm just quoting a couple of things from his. I attended a workshop which was done by these grandees. That what was so good about Edison, he became one of the greatest innovators in the century. So first of all, don't rely on one source of information. Just I talked to him that this is my objective and this is what if I get this property. Validate this from another customer. Ask questions. So and so properties happen. What would happen? What would that happen? He used to do this. He used to do this even for the same topic. He used to read 5 papers. Even he used to read 5 to 10 newspapers. He wanted to make sure that I'm validating what I'm accepting. Very, very important. Looks very simple, but it works very well. The second thing, he always kept customer at the forefront. There's a very famous quote from him. Anything that people don't want to use, I don't want to invent. Its utility is my. The day we will have this mood mantra, I think your whole innovation design process automatically change. You will yourself start asking more questions to your end customer. But right now, our total emphasis remains on what? Currently, as a researcher scientist, what we think we are doing. We don't see innovation needs the other aspect. That aspect is of value. New doesn't mean always will have value. Value would come when customers will buy it, but use it. Just tell you, I don't think you find a 100% customer if you're delivering some value to him, he will not accept it. Many times people say that nobody is taking it, because they're not seeing the value. If things will have value, people will accept it. Of course, there are few technologies where you need to change platforms, capital investment need to push for those. So, basic thing, along with novelty, see the value, and who will tell you the value angle? The end customer, the end user. How to get inputs from him? Talking to him, questioning more and more, validating the facts, not from one. Yes. That's how you define your acceptance criteria. I will consider my project successful when I have this, and the day I reach this, I'm pretty sure my customer would be ready to buy. Again, numbers and all that, not difficult, how to do all this calculation, commercial, the DCF, discounted cash flow, you will find, common commerce that can do all those things. But basic processes you as scientists need to ask the pertinent question. A commerce graduate will not be able to ask the question that the break even का होगा. You can do the calculation once you have the answer of the relevant question. Ma'am, I hope I could give some directions to your question.
Yeah, thank you. Can we go ahead? And I will be now leaving this meeting because now I have to go to director is calling on this land. I will be going there for a meeting. Thank you so much. And Mr. Mandal, you kindly take care.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Manish.
Thank you, sir. With this, we have almost approached the end of today's program. I would request Dr. Indranil Vishwash, Senior Principal Scientist, Business Development and Publication Division, to kindly convey the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Devasri. Good afternoon, everyone. It has been such an honor to be a part of this kind of program. On behalf of CSR CGCRI, I'd like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed guest, Mr. Manish Sudan, Head of IPR and Technology Intelligence, Tata Steel. Thank you, sir, for sharing your insight. Rather than I can say you address some crucial debatable issue like IPR, either it is a bottleneck or a facilitator for sustainability. So I feel we get some of the idea how to go ahead with our research and other innovative process so that this will address this kind of issues in future and we will go for like a sustainable world in future. So in pursuit of economic, social and environmental goals, we get a balanced and integrated insight from you. Thank you, sir, again. Sincere thanks to our director, madam, as well as HOD, who handled the event throughout. A wide round of applause for all the participants offline and online for making this event successful. And of course, I would like to extend my thanks to all the supporting staffs. Without you, this cannot be a successful event. So thank you one and all again. And I would like to request all of you to connect at 3 p.m. with our online IP clinic, and we'll get a good interaction with our UDIP. So kindly be there, and thank you all. Thanks to all. Thank you.
Because we have to be
अच्छा अच्छा अमित यस এটা অবশ্যই স্লাইডটা শেয়ার করি হবো
ordinary money is not spent. Money is there. Issue is now that what is why is something
দ্বিতীয় সময় আছে এটা কম থাকবে হ্যাঁ দ্বিতীয় সময় কম লাগবে
We are going to salary.
ठीक है तो once done we will
তবে 30 তারিখ আমার একটা চাপ রেগুলারিটা কটায় সিএসআর মিটিং কারণ এটা বিএসএর সেই মিটিংটা আছে
That's why What you are doing? So they see, very efficient on the fuel consumption or the energy. And then, I, but they can scale. There is scope for systematic. They can bring scale. Yes.
অনলাইন কোথায় অনলাইনটা না তো কেউ জয়েনিং হলো তো মিউট হ্যাঁ ওখানে ওনাকে উনি তো
জয়েন করলে
দেবাশিসদা বললো লেট হবে হ্যাঁ আমরা করে দিচ্ছি। হ্যাঁ এই তো ভেঙ্কট এখন নেই তো অনলাইনে আপনি একটু যদি বলে দেন ও আচ্ছা আচ্ছা না না ঠিক আছে আপনি মানে বলে দিন জয়েন করতে আর এখানে কিছু লোক তো আছে হয়ে যাবে না শুরু করে দিই শুরু করে দিই না ওকে শিওর শিওর না এদিকেই থাক হ্যাঁ দ্যাটস হোয়াট তুমি কি করে দেখলে অনলাইনে মিউট আছে আছে না যে অবশ্যই যখন এক সময় এক একজন এসে তখন অন্য কেউ হাসে সেরকম ব্যাপারটা Yeah. Hello, good afternoon, Dr. Venkat.
Yeah, Amrish, how are you?
Yeah, I'm fine, good. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah,
So,
nice.
we'll just start within 1 minute, 1 or 2 minutes.
Yeah, fine, no issues.
হ্যাঁ দেরি আছে। হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ না না আমরা স্টার্ট করছি, আপনি কি দেরি আছে কি? ঠিক আছে। হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ না জাস্ট এ জয়েন করছে তারপর করছে। শিওর। Good afternoon, Dr. Venkat.
Yes, Dr. Amresh, please.
Yeah, we'll start. Yeah, good afternoon. Welcome to this afternoon session where we are celebrating World IP Day 2024. And we have kept this session as an online interactive IP clinic where we are trying to provide a platform where we can analyze our innovative R&D work for completion to a successful innovation. And to let you know, Dr. Venkat, in the morning session, we had Mr. Manish Sudan, head of IPR from Tata Steel. He gave a lecture on IPR. So with this, we'll start the interactive session, and we are honored to have Dr. P. Venkatraman, who is the principal scientist of our own CSR unit Urdip in Pune. And he'll specifically talk on techno-commercial evaluation of patents and proposed innovations. And we also have one innovator who is about to join online, so that we can have a direct inline connection also with the person who is considered as a grassroots innovator. So over to you, Dr. Venkat. The floor is all yours.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Amresh. It was nice for inviting me for this session, and I thank Devashish and head Udip for giving me this opportunity to speak to you all on techno-commercial evaluation for innovation and patents. I'll just share my presentation. I believe my presentation is visible to all of you. Can you please confirm? Yeah, I kept it in full screen now. Yeah. I understand this will be more of interactive session. So I'll try to complete my presentation as early as possible so that we can have more time for individual interactions and try to answer all your queries. So brief outline of my presentation is I'll be talking briefly about PAT informatics and what are the patent analytics work we carry out, and I'll also be explaining about techno-commercial evaluation, what we do, and with some key takeaways. Patent is the single largest source of technical information. Almost 80% of world scientific literature is available in patent documents only. So it becomes vital to understand what is there in the patent so that our invention and innovations will happen. Patents have the fields, codes, and keywords that renders them searchable. So everything is indexed. All these keywords, field codes are indexed, which is searchable. Okay. So there are various databases index them, and by using the specific search queries, we can search and retrieve them. Reading and analyzing the patent is important for the following informed assessments. There are various assessments we can do using the patent information. like legal and IP risk assessment, technology drivers, competitive intelligence, and business drivers. Under legal and IP, we do patentability, freedom to operate, FTO studies, and patent validity studies. And under competitive intelligence, we do patent strength, geographical dominance, trends, and so on and so forth. We do many such kind of work. Typically, we go into patent informatics and we'll see one by one what comes under the patent informatics. Patent informatics is the science of analyzing the patent information to discover relationship and trends that may be difficult to see when working with documents on one-on-one basis, one-to-one basis. So, if you keep, it is the science of analyzing. Every patent is a technological documents. No, it's not like reading a normal news or research article. It is written with a certain technical journals and lexicons. So one has to understand what they've written. So it is a bit critical to read the patents. So patent informatics has evolved over a period of time for doing the proper analysis and then deriving the information from them. Patent analytics, why we have to perform. Particularly for CSA or R&D project, it is patent analytics activities have been carried out for pre-research and pre-development phase for the development of proper R&D and progression of the R&D projects for the further value addition to create valuable IP. Okay. And then under patent informatics, there are many things comes under that is state-of-the-art analysis, techno-legal and techno-legal analysis. We have patentability assessment, freedom to operate analysis, and techno-commercial evaluation. If you go into, yeah, please, is there anyone having a question or something? Yeah, state-of-the-art analysis. This involves a complete survey of patent literatures, patent and scientific literatures, and what are the products available in that particular area. In this, we also cover specific company and their technology and product, all those informations we cover and provide. And in this, we provide geographical projection of global filing trends in the form of patent maps. And in the trend, we also depict who are all the key assignees, what are all the families, patent family, where all the patent get filed, that is patent family, and what is the legal status and technology-wise categorization, all those things we do. And this is mainly state-of-the-art analysis being mainly carried out to identify technically feasible opportunity space for R&D IP generation, to monitor the current state of the technology and its movement from the discovery phase to commercialization phase. And this also mainly carried out to identify newer application for the known process, known material, what are the new areas in which we can explore the our invention or technology. Patentability assessment. I will just briefly explain you what is patent analysis and FTO, and then I'll go into the cases with respect to that. Then we'll go to TCE in that line. This is mainly conducted before initiating patent filing. Okay, before filing the patent, you should do patentability assessment to know whether your invention is patentable or not. Okay, for this, what we do is that we identify potentially relevant patents and do the technical analysis. We open the patents and do the technical analysis and look whether the patent invention what you are disclosing falls under the patentable subject matter, and then we compare your invention with the prior art invention and what are the differentiating features that we make analyze the patent information. And then we discuss with the inventor on what is our findings, what is the differentiating features you have with the inventor that we discussed. And then we also infer that whether the invention disclosed by you It meets the novelty, inventive step, and the non-obviousness criteria for patentability. And of course, enablement is the most important criteria for patentability. That also we will check whether you have sufficiently disclosed your experimentations so that you also passes the enablement requirement. Then we give a recommendation whether it is patentable or not. In case of freedom to operate, is nothing but trespassing any other person's property is a violation of law. So it is like that. In freedom to operate, we ensure that whatever the product you are going to launch, it may be having many features in it, many components in it. We will ensure that none of the component in your product is getting protected in certain particular territory, so that you will not get any infringements. That we take care in freedom to operate analysis. And for manufacturing, using, selling, or importing, or copying a patented product or process with the overlapping specification reading on the granted patent makes one liable for patent infringement. So, patent infringement. So, before practicing anything commercially, you should ensure that you are not infringing someone else's patent. That you have to ensure. For that, freedom to operate analysis is being carried out. Owner of the patent can take legal action against you and claim damage if your product specification overlap with the patent claims amounting to infringing the patent. It means that, for example, you may be having a product, it may be having 4 or 5 components, and one of the component may be protected in a particular territory where you are going to launch your product. So that person may sue you saying that you have infringed his patent. So you have to be very careful before launching your product, commercializable process, that there is no active patent available in that particular territory. That for that purpose, we have to carry out freedom to operate strategy. Freedom to operate strategy is carried out to identify possible legal risks. This is mainly carried out prior to launch of the product, prior to licensing the patented technology. And this helps in designing around the patents. If you found that there is some person is having one component of your product is being patented in a particular territory, then you can always plan a design around strategy to develop the different technology for that specific component. So this helps in designing around of patent also, and it mainly helps in avoiding potential legal risk of any infringement. For example, if the laptop is having every laptop is covered with around 3,000 patented technologies. So before launching the laptop as a product, one has to ensure that the person who is launching the laptop should ensure that yes, this is being not violating anybody's patent in that particular territory. So he will do that. So like that. So just as a takeaway, for mainly for state-of-the-art patentability assessment and freedom to operate, I'll just briefly explain what we have seen till now. This patent state-of-the-art is mainly carried out to know low-risk nested areas for new CSIR R&D activities. That is, you're knowing what is there already there in the domain. Okay, what is the technology progression? Okay, who are the competitors available? Those things you can come to know if you do state-of-the-art analysis for the technology in which you are planning to do work. And in case of patentability assessment, it is mainly carried out to find new low-risk IP filing opportunities. So patentability is mainly focused on filing. What area I can focus my claims? That aspect we focus, which helps in creating a more valuable IP and creating the very good portfolio of IP, which will have a good market value. And in case of freedom to operate, it is done before launching any product. Before launching any product, it is being carried out in order to have low market risk or for positioning your product. For that, we are carrying out the freedom to operate analysis. And I will now go for case study with respect to the state-of-the-art patentability and freedom to operate, we have carried out for a project called Dimethyl. This is a mission mode project. We are involved in this mission mode project for almost from the start to end. So we carried out state of the art for this project, and also patentability, and also we carried out FTO. I'll just briefly explain you what we are done for this mission project. Before going into the details of dimethyl ether, what we did, patentability, straight up that, and briefly explain you what is DME. Dimethyl is a new generation fuel, which is seen as the alternative fuel for petrol. Okay, any fossil fuel used in conventional. This can be used in IC engine, internal combustion engine. Okay, and it also reduces any pollutants, whatever it comes out from the normal fossil fuel. So that's the advantage of DME. So usually DME, how it is synthesized is biomass is getting converted into natural gas, and either from natural gas directly converting into DME, or through converting natural gas into syngas and then converting to DME, or syngas then converting to methanol and then to DME. These are all the things that are available. And in case of state-of-the-art analysis for the DME project, we have done entire domain analysis for DME synthesis. What are all the patents related to DME is available? So we found that more than 2,800 patents available in this domain. And we carried out in-depth analysis of these patents. So what is their, what is the catalyst system available? What is the source for DME? And what are the catalytic technology used to improve the yield, reaction time, and what are the major players, and what is their research focus? All those things we did the analysis, and we found that under DME, for the DME synthesis, patents are focused on various areas like catalysis, reaction process, and DME plus other olefin synthesis, co-producing DME plus methyl formate, process catalyst, and DME reactor, adiabatic reactors. All those things are discussed in the patent. Process and process parameters also discussed. Reaction equipments are shown, and those are patented. Okay. And when we analyze the patents, we came to know that particularly catalyst used for methanol to DME conversion, we found that there are various catalysts available, like composite catalyst, liquid catalyst, zinc zeolite, non-zeolite catalyst, supported metal catalyst, and zeolite based catalyst, solid acid catalyst, and acid resin based catalyst. All these things we have grouped them and provided the data to the client. Type of catalyst. After doing the analysis, we also did the analysis of what are the reactors are being used. Okay. So in the patents, we've opened and seen that there are various reactors that are available, like fixed bed reactor, fluid bed reactors. So that we have mapped along with what are the catalysts available. So in that we found that there are a few type of catalysts which have not been explored much with specific type of reactors. So that we observed. And we have also done what are the source of DME production. As I told you that it can be synthesized through the methanol or biomass, converting into syngas, all those things. So we have seen what are the sources available and what are the catalysts used. So we found that it is very highly populated. Methanol directly converted into DME is highly populated with the oxide-based catalyst. So one need not to think of entering into that domain because it's already a highly populated and patent protected area. So one can think of any other molecular shapes, metal oxide, alkyl catalyst with some other source for converting into converting that source into DME, which will help in generating the new IP. So then we also carried out this type of cross tabulation matrices using type of catalyst, reactors, and source used for DME production. In this, if you see in this cross tabulation, we have cross tabulated what are the catalysts being used, what are the source, and what is the reactor being used, in which patent it covers. Those things. So in this, this we have carried out for almost all the catalysts. I'm just showing the gist of it. Okay, over here. So that is the opportunity for a zeolite based catalyst with certain source material, because there is no much IP activity found in this area. So if one focus in that area and start working on it, they may get a new inventive method or process which can be patentable. Which can be patentable. IP less, in this we also found that less crowded IPs like solid catalyst for mixed gas and carbon monoxide, hydrogen carbon dioxide as a source material. And we also listed what are all the possible new areas in which one can work, because the patents in that area are very less. That we have listed in this chart, in this type of cross tabulation matrices. And this report we provided to the mission. And then subsequently we worked on, further we worked on patentability for the catalyst as well as the reactor. Okay, they again came back and asked us to the patentability for the mixed metal oxide catalyst, which they developed, and they given us the composition details of the mixed metal oxide catalyst, and which comprises transition metal oxide, alkaline earth metal oxides, group 3A non-metal oxides, and group 4A non-metals. So we consider, we took the composition details which is provided by the client, and then we did the search. Not only search is not specific to these metals, we also have to cover the general group name, whatever being mentioned in the patent. So that we do specific search, and we also consider other keywords. What are the keywords available for mentioning the DME, and what are the related registry numbers are there? What are the classification codes, patent classification codes are there? Those things we combine and make the search, and we do the analysis and find out where is our patent lies. What are the elements? What are the catalytic elements are patented? Where we are our invention, which is disclosed to us, is present. That we scope out. After refinement and screening out of potential relevant prior art, we try to address the issues like problem claimed to be solved by the reference invention, functional structure of the invention, claimable merits of the invention. All these aspects we do analyze and differentiate. And we also relevant question for the reference invention, that is exact proposition. What is the proposition of that catalyst, and what is the crystal structure, what is the activity, all those aspects we do the analysis, and process steps used in the patent as well as disclosed to us by the inventor, that we compare what it makes a difference, what it is unique, all those aspects check. And what is the intended use of the product, that also we analyze. And then we also make this kind of Excel sheet. Those who have used UPIP services might be well aware of that. This kind of Excel sheet we used to send to you. In this, we put up the details, what is there with respect to your invention, okay, what is there in the reference patent. So whether your invention is already known or not, this kind of analysis we provide. And then this is for the catalyst we did patentability, and this is for patentability for the reactor. We also carried out the reactor. Okay, that patentability we carry out, and then we make a overlap patents with the differentiating parameters. What is the differentiating parameter with respect to your invention? What is the overlapping aspect? That we map it and provide the details that this is the area in which there is no patent available, or this aspect can be improved to show the novelty, non-obviousness, or your client can go on this specific aspect. Like that, we make our suggestions. In case of catalyst, what are the general composition of the catalyst, and then the process details, reactor design, all those things we provide, and then finally we give our comment whether the invention is patentable or not based on all this observation, based on the, all the parameters what we analyzed. Based on that, we give the patentability opinion whether it is patentable or not patentable, or if required any improvement is required, that we provide. In this case, we have provided yes, the invention disclosed to us is patentable, both reactor wise as well as the catalyst used for the convection. So this is the general protocol we follow in carrying out any patentability evaluation. Stage 1, understanding the technology and background. We first, whenever we receive the request from any CSIR labs or CGCRI, we try to understand it and searchable features of the invention, claimable merits of the invention, and we do prior art search and analysis. And if required, we establish a call with the inventor and speak to them. And based on discussion, we further do our search and analysis. And then we refine our search, relevant prior art details, competing prior art details we list out. And then we evaluate the invention and come up with the key prior art available, and then points related to the novelty and the inventive step we list out. Then we provide our recommendation. This is the general protocol followed for freedom to patentability analysis. In case of as we have seen now for the DME synthesis case study, we have done state of the art and patentability, and they once they developed their own system for synthesis of DME, they came to us for the FTO also. Okay, so we carried out FTO. So in this we listed out because an FTO is territorial specific, because you are going to operate this invention process in specific territory like India or Malaysia or Iran, something like that. They've given the list. So we want to see whether any such catalyst system or any reactor designs is available, or any overall flow is available already in that territory. That we have to check. For that, we have carried out the FTO study. In this, we did the FTO study for the just a minute, please. Sorry for the thing. So what are the reactor design they developed, what are the catalysts they developed, those things they've given to us. And since they are interested in commercializing their entire process of DME synthesis in India, USA, Malaysia, Iran and Iraq, we have carried out the FTO with respect to these territories only. And this is the overall information disclosed to us. Now, I briefly want to tell you that what differentiates between the patentability and FTO. In case of patentability, we are looking into the one specific invention only. Invention related to the catalyst, invention related to the reactor design. Those things only we were checking. In case of FTO, before launch of the commercial product, we have to see the entire operation, entire components of the product, all those things. So they gave us what is the feed material, how the catalyst what is the catalyst they use, and what is the reactor being used, and how it is getting converted into DME. Okay, what is the byproduct comes of, all those details they've given to us. And for the we have done the FTO with respect to these countries, that is India, USA, Malaysia, Iran, Iraq, on all the specific components, catalyst, reactor used, all those details. Okay. So we found that only few patents are there. However, they are not granted and enforceable in countries of interest. That is only Chinese and Japanese patent reform, but they are not enforceable in Iran, Iraq, or Malaysia. So we come up with the decision that no granted enforceable patents in India, USA, Malaysia, Iran, Iraq, so that they can commercialize this entire operation of DME synthesis. That we are that report we have given to the DME mission participating lab. So this one thing is that they filed the patent on this DME synthesis, and they also commercially launched this in NCL, that's the DME pilot plant. They also tested it. Ashavardhan, former Union Minister for Science and Technology, Dr. Ashavardhan has opened that plant. That is there, and this patent is further to that. We have done the follow-up. They have also that mixed metal oxide catalyst they patented, and it is still pending in US. Some office actions are going on, but it's in process. And one more FTO I would like to tell you that during COVID time, we have received a request from IIP on hybrid adsorption membrane separation system for enriching medical grade oxygen from air. So this system is very well known, but they want to transfer this know-how to the industry. So they want to see whether any active patents is there in India. So this FTO study specifically we have carried out with respect to India about the pressure swing adsorption method. Okay, there is no active patents available in India, both membrane as well as the pressure swing adsorption system. So we gave that report to them, and they successfully licensed that to the one of the person in New Delhi. And now let us see techno-commercial evaluation. Why we have to do the techno-commercial evaluation? To determine qualitative value of the patent, that uses a toll gate based approach that employs the following stage wise scheme of evaluation. So it is a toll gated based approach for evaluating the qualitative value of the patent. So in this we have 4 toll gates. Preliminary assessment. In this we do assessment of encumbrances on the most relevant prior art, granted patents and the underpinning inventions. And we do transformative impact. That is another toll gate. In transformative impact of the invention as evidenced by the novel and differentiated impact of the solution offered by the invention on the state of the art industry practices areas, trend and practices. In this what we do, we compare your invention with what has been already patented, what is the impact your invention makes. That aspect we do the analysis. We have set of parameters for this to analyze. Then we do market fit. I'll explain to you what is that, and also we provide a technology value proposition, and based on that we do recommendations. I'm going to do techno-commercial evaluation. Okay. Patentability request idea. What we should receive the idea, and we have to carry out patentability study on that. Once the patentability study is carried out, if it is patentable, yes, or only lacks inventive steps, and you can overcome that. And then after overcoming that at your end, you can file the provisional patent application. If we provide the patentability report as no, that is it is not patentable, then you have to improve further and work out on the prior art whatever we mentioned and come up for the improved version for patentability study once again. Okay. If our patentability report is yes, and then go for the provisional application after filing the provisional application. Okay. Before going for complete specification, you have to give to us for techno-commercial evaluation. Okay. And before 12 months from the provisional, that is PCT application, you should provide that for TCE. And if required, you can also before entering into the national base, you should take the TCE. And I'll just briefly explain to you what are the parameters which we analyze in techno-commercial evaluation reports. And in this, in the toolkit 1, we do preliminary assessment of closest prior art in qualification matrix. That is, we compare your invention with the closest prior art available on how when it got what is the patent status of that invention, what is the geographical coverage of that invention, and for how many years can the patent be used, and issuance time for that invention, is the patent maintained and enforceable. Those aspects we check. That by this we are comparing your invention with the closest prior art, so that it is most probably that same thing may happen to your invention also. Okay, that aspect we check. And into table 2, again we evaluate your invention. Okay, invention application related parameters like when you apply, does the invention in the application meets the statutory criteria of patentability? That is your invention, whether it is meets the statutory criteria for patentability, that we will check. And then whether the provisional filing has been done, and whether the formative claims are available, and as a regular complete specification file, all those aspects we do the analysis. And also we check for related parameters and qualitative and quantitative assessment, like patent application claim nature and composition. What is the claim? How broad it is, whether it meets the subject matters. Claim addresses, do any of the claim address abstract idea, standalone software, those aspects. Process or method, what you cover, product or composition, and whether your invention can be challenged or not. Those aspects we do the analysis and then give our answer here with the justification. For all these things, we provide our justification. Okay, with the our observation based on the prior art patents. And then we also do invention application related parameters and quantitative and quantitative assessment with respect to your invention. And here background IP check. Okay, here we for these two here we check, do the inventors of CSA have the background IP? We here when you give the TC request, we check whether the inventor is having any background check, background IP, and what is their forward citation details. Those things we check, and whether that CSIR invention is having multiple assignee or not. Those things we check, and we also take these two information from the lab which requests TCE for us. That is, any business plan is there, or any already know-how has been implemented. All those details we take, and also potential industry partners details we take from the CSA lab which requests for TCE. That will be helpful for us to do the background check that we do. And is there any licensing is required? If you find that your invention can be enforceable if somebody else invention is, you have to license that invention, then only it is enforceable. Then we have to find that aspect also, whether anything is hindering you to practice your invention. That also we'll check with the justification. We provide that details, and we also provide benchmark criteria for assessment of scoring under this toolkit. Here, transformative impact of the reference invention is being analyzed. Here, what we do is that what does the invention offers? Okay, and is a solution unique to and differentiated with the prior art? Is a solution technically superior to substitute technology imprint on a product? Those things we give the marking based on the available parameters. As the proposed technology invention disclosed in the patent application needs a new skill or production equipment based on the input received from the inventor, as well as from our understanding, we make this comment. And is in licensing of any third-party IP required for development, upscaling, or deployment of market positioning, that also we do marking. For these things, all these things, we do analysis and make the call on where it fits and give marking accordingly. And in case of toll gate 3, we do market fit analysis. In this, we try to find what is the key market products available with respect to the invention disclosed to us, and what is the real-time market demand, what is the CAGR available for that product, and what is the whether any more capital is required to commercialize this invention. All those aspects we do analyze by scrutinizing the secondary market information, as well as import and export data. Based on that, we work for this toll gate. And then technology value proposition, that is in comparison to the your invention, what is already available, what advantageous features, function you bring in, that we check and provide that details, and whether it's your superior than what is already existing or not, whether others are having much higher advantage than yours. All those details we try to summarize in this technology value proposition, and then accordingly we'll make the recommendation. So this is what the content of ECE report. And just to summarize overall what we do at Eurobit. So you might have listened that I've done the state of the art, I've done the patentability, I've done the FTO, all those things, but you might have got confused in which point of time you have to approach me. So for that purpose, I've just captured this. That is, before start of the invention, you have to do the general state of the analysis or prior art or landscape analysis. And researchers then, based on the understanding from the general state of that analysis, then the researcher has to come up with the invention. Invention should meet the criteria for patentability, that is subject matter, novelty, non-obviousness, utility, and enablement. So once it passes, once we carry out patentability, then you can file the patent. Okay, after filing the patent, before going for complete specification, you can do the EC. Okay, once you have the set of patents and you can come up with some product, then it becomes innovation. For the difference between invention and innovation is the invention is which meets patentability criteria, innovation which makes economic value out of, which provides economic value for the product or process you developed out of your invention. Okay, so before launching this innovative product or process, you have to do the FTO clearance search. FTO or clearance search before launching it in the commercial launch. This is territorial specific. This is prior art specific. This is territorial specific. Okay, FTO is territorial specific. Patentability is prior art specific. Okay, and for example, another inventor is coming with a patent and he found that your invention is not valid. Your patent is not valid. He's having some prior art in it. Then he will put an invalidity search and say that your patent is invalid. Okay, that is more of offending. Offending strategy is invalidity. Validity is evaluating your own invention. That is how much strength I have. That you do. That is called validity. And infringement, when we do infringement, is that somebody has commercially launched the product. Okay, somebody has commercially launched the product. It is having 4 or 5 parameters. For example, we can take up water purification system. In that, membrane is there. Okay, ceramic based membrane is there. Okay, and then the entire unit is there. Whereas ceramic based membrane system is owned to by CGCRL. Let us consider. So you found that somebody is launching the product which is having the ceramic membrane. One of the component of that water purification system is membrane, that ceramic membrane. So you found that no, that ceramic membrane is already patented and it is active, patented by CGCRL and it is active. Then you can go and say that to that person that you are infringing my patent with respect to the the dynamic membrane which you are using in your water purification system. Okay, he will come and say that whether he is infringing or not. That suits goes on. Further, it happens. What happens is sometimes they will say that no, your patent is not valid. They will say, and if they are agree that yes, it is we are using your technology, they may come for negotiation. That further it happens. Okay, but these are all the areas which we do work. That yellow background with a red background, red border is the one which we do the service at Urdu. And this is what we expect from all the CSIR labs, that all the researchers should contact their lab IP coordinators, and request should be sent to our head PME, CC to our head CSIR unit, and it will be allocated to the respective subject expert by head PME of URDIP, either it is chemical science, life science, or engineering. Then we initiate interaction with the researchers and then provide the report by keeping IP coordinator of the lab in loop. That's how we do work, and this is the key takeaway. Patent analytics is key for any R&D activities to make that R&D activity more successful and commercially marketable. Okay, for that, patent analytics is the key activity. To find out what already exists, find opportunity, we have to do state of the art, and to identify differentiating features, problems solved, and market acceptance, and to identify novelty, inventive steps, and industrial applicability, we have to do patentability assessment, and to avoid possible legal risk, and we should have a clearance of our product. For having clearance for our product, we should do freedom to operate search, and if patent analytics homework is not done before IP filing, and the draft is ready, file provisional application, conduct techno-commercial evaluation before filing, complete specification, and entry into national phase. So, toolkit, semi-quantitative TC evaluation approach reinforces that credibility and worth of all the CSIR IP filing and investment effort. So this TC report is specifically developed by our head CSIR Theoretic, and this is Brian Chen. So he put up a lot of effort in making this TC report. So I thank head Theoretic for giving me this opportunity and giving us guidance for doing the TC report, and I thank CGCRI director and Dr. Debashish for giving me this opportunity. If you have any questions, we can discuss further. Sorry, sir, I'm unable to hear you properly.
Thank you. Yeah, you are very much there. Thank you, Dr. Venkat. Can you hear me now?
Amrish, your voice is also mute.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I'm able to hear you.
Thank you, Dr. Venkat, for a very detailed and informative study on techno-commercial evaluation of these patents. So the floor is now open for an interactive session. I would now request any one of you, you can also ask any of your live cases also, and he will be happy to answer. Right, Dr. Venkat?
Yeah.
Thank
you. Hello, Venkat. Swastik here. Venkat, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm able to hear you, please.
Swastik here. Swastik.
Hello.
Yeah, Dr. Swastik Mandal, he was in that food.
Hello, Dr. Swastik, please.
So, actually, I will ask two questions. First is with the live patent, actually like TC. So, it appears like right now it appears like that provisional filing is necessary for TC, but when I filed this two patents last year, at that time I didn't know that. So we did file 2 patents with complete specifications. And afterwards, when we asked for ECE, it was told that some of the scopes should be more general. Otherwise, there will be infringement, but we cannot oppose that. Now, in this case, we are thinking of going for a PCT also. If during the PCT, can we change it? Yeah. Because complete specification has already been done for India. So that's the first question. And the second question is starting from prior art search, patentability, and then going to IPU to finalize the claims and others, and then again TC. Everything takes 2 to 3 months each. So to file a patent, actually I find it's 6 months, 8 months business. So can it be a little shorter? Then it will be helpful to us. So these are the 2 things.
Dr. Venkat, you are muted.
Yeah, 1 minute, Dr. Amrish, please, 1 minute.
Oh, sorry. Hello, is that Mr. Suraj Singh? You are there?
Dr. Amrish, sorry.
Yeah, no.
If possible, can you please repeat the first question, Dr. Sorry, I'm unable to hear properly.
Okay, he's coming to
the. Or I'm going to. Hello, Venkat.
Yeah.
Now I'm audible, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. So the first question was that last year when I filed 2 patents, I did not know that first we have to do provisional filing and then a TC and then the final filing. So I did not know, and I filed complete specification for 2 patents. Now the afterwards when we did the TC, one of them we did, other one I will give very soon. So after TC, the officer there is telling that some of the scopes should be more general. But now I have already filed the patent. Is it possible that this scope can be more generalized when I will apply for PCT? Means right now I cannot change the previous filing. So at least in future, if we do PCT, then can we change it? That was the first question. And the second question was related to time. Every search is taking 2-3 months. So starting from prior art search, then patentability, and then I go to IPU. There we exchange files for 2-3 months, and then provisional filing, and then again TC, and then again IPU. So I think it will take 8 months or even more. So can it be made shorter?
Yes, Dr. Mandal, I'll try to answer your first question. Actually, this system of doing TCE before complete specification or national entry has come into force just last year only. Okay, prior to that, it was not there. So, of course, Dr. Debashish might be well aware that when it came into force and when it has been made mandatory. So after that only we started asking all the labs that we should do TCE before complete specification or national entry. that we were doing. So you might have filed those patents before this system came into force. So that is what this thing is that. And regarding time taken for carrying out the work, of course, everything involves with a resource. Okay. Without resource, human resource, it will be quite difficult for us to execute the reports. So, you know, of course, earlier CGCRP was supporting us. We could able to do it much faster. Now we don't have any support. So we take up the work on first in, first out basis. So there are many labs comes to us, and then we try to complete their work on first in, first out basis. That's why it takes time. And you also asked for widening the scope of your claim, I believe. Am I right?
Yes.
Yeah. So this may be the specific case. We have to check details. General answer cannot be provided for this. So maybe case to case, we have to check it properly, and then we can think of it, how it can be taken up further.
But you should know this, whether we can change later.
No, actually, scope of claim, if you have disclosed in your specification, that aspect should come in the claim. Okay, suddenly you cannot change anything in the claim. That whatever you have disclosed in the specification, description of your patent, that aspect should come in the claim. So if you are broadening it, then again they will go back and see that whether that has been disclosed in the specification. Based on that only it will be worked out. So you know, it is the case to case basis, it has to be worked out. Yeah. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Subodhip Bodor, Principal Scientist of Bioceramics.
Yeah.
Yeah,
fine.
Thank you for your nice talk. You know, that for my sugarless nanoparticle based actually had a and then we shared with people. Then actually based on your recommendation, later we finalize the claim and then we send it to IP. And it has applied for Indian patent actually just yesterday. So that time I was told by this IP people because the claims were basically cut down from what was initially sent to you. So now actually they said for Indian patent I cannot put any kind of applications or properties. So essentially it will be on competition. But however, I was told that because the same will be considered for PCT patent as well, international. So actually I was told me I can later include those claims when I will be submitting for the PCT. And meanwhile, actually, when I was in processing this IPO, I also emailed you about requesting this document. And that time, actually, like you said, to like finalize the this claim, and then you are working on this PC and you can get the PC thing done. So also, I was wondering, so right now, when I was saying my final for PC evaluation, it will be like the original claims expanded like a more scope and it will be like features and proper applications, including those, or it will be like what I prepared for this national like Indian file, which I should send you.
Yeah, actually that's good. You can send us what is specifically talking about the process and product. Okay, features and advantages can be the secondary parameters that need not to be considered for doing the TC. Okay, because our main focus is what is the technology, what is the process, what is the features of your technical features of your invention. That aspect only we will check. You can send us this whatever being claim drafted for Indian patent application. The one which you are planning for PCT is not required. So this is fine.
So yeah, here is a one question. If I remember correctly, your PCT knows like how you will making this PCT actually. I remember that you showed us some kind of benchmarking will be done, Okay, so unless until you know, I mention the properties, if I do not show you the comparative analysis, how might things different than the kinds of the art, it might be also not very clear to you also to get this done.
Yes, yes. Yeah, yeah, you should mention us and send it us, send it to us. Actually, for to do PCE, we want the complete as drafted claims with a complete application. As drafted claims with a complete application. In that, definitely you will be mentioning about advantage and properties, functions, and features of the invention. Okay, that also we will read and consider for our TCE analysis. And of course, your claimable aspect is most important for us to do the patent search to fetch the patent similar to your invention.
All right, all right. And one more thing, when this APU will be done, like at the same time when I'm requesting you for it will be done or in the later stage?
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you, that FTO is before launching your product.
Okay.
Okay. Your product will have 4-5 components. For example, let us consider the mobile. Okay. Mobile is having the battery system, screen, as well as the motherboard, as well as the material used for casing the things together. All these things may have the different patent covered for it. Okay, this is the product which you are planning to launch.
Okay.
For example, let us see you have the patent on all these aspects. Then all these aspects, patent with respect to the screen, patent with respect to the battery system, patent with respect to the motherboard system, patent with respect to the entire case. All these things we have to do the analysis separately and see whether that kind of patent, any active patent is there in that particular country.
Okay.
Then accordingly we will provide the report. And that's why I told you that example of catalyst and reactor, which has been used for making the DNA. Okay. We did the FTO for the entire system. That is, what is the catalyst, what is the reactor, the entire conversion process. Whether such kind of catalyst, that kind of reactor, and such kind of entire reaction system is available in those countries. Whether any active patent is available in those countries. Iran, Iraq, Malaysia, USA, we checked and gave the report. So FTO is for the product, which is which we are planning to launch commercially.
Okay. So actually, why I'm saying this, we have received some like letter of interest from an Indian company. Okay, and I thought like if I can show you this FTO in advance, that would actually give them more confidence in our product. At the end of the day, they will look at the business. So I was wondering whether parallelly, because essentially our product is a healthcare product. Okay, so it will means little more time on the clinical trial. So we are in process with that. But I was thinking instead of waiting till the end in this process, let's say like we are now going to start a preclinical, like middle of the some of the second stage of preclinical trial through this APP project, one of the APP projects. Project, we also want to carry out this FTO analysis along with this TCE. So all you want we don't want to delay so late, so that like we demotivate the company.
Actually speaking, you can carry your PC, techno-commercial evaluation.
Okay.
Once abstract claims are ready, in that we are already covering the market fit information. In that we cover the product available in the market and what is the demand available for that product, everything. So you will have a fair idea of what are the competing products you may be having with respect to your invention. All these details you will have. Okay. The FTO is specifically for the before launching of the product in specific territory. That is, we have freedom to operate legally in that territory. Whereas this techno-commercial evaluation, we are evaluating your own invention, with respect to competing product, transmitting impact making patents, and all these things we consider and just evaluating ourselves. So that may be useful for you to think of developing your product accordingly.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, there is a question from Dr. Ashish Mandal, Senior Principal Scientist from Specialty Class.
Yes, I know Dr. Ashish.
Yes.
Hello, sir.
This presentation, thank you very
Yes,
much.
thanks.
So, recently we have submitted one patent application.
Yes, sir.
Has been given worldwide for TC evaluation.
Yes, sir.
So what we do for filing this patent application, we submitted the complete specification. So
Yes, sir.
now we have to get this TC report from you. It is taking time. So do you suggest whether we should go for provisional filing?
Yes, sir. Provisional filing need not to be delayed, sir. You can go for provisional filing immediately. TCE we always emphasize before filing complete specification or before entering into national phase. This is the condition for doing the TCE. Provisional filing you can go immediately, sir. There is no absolute restriction for filing the provisional application.
Okay. Another thing is that clarity is not there in patent for dependent claim and independent claim.
Yes, sir.
Can you give some idea about how preparing independent claim and independent claim? It's actually in our old format, it is there in the last statement. So sometimes it is not means. Sometimes it is reported that it is not required. In the last statement, where the full title is, we are usually writing. But now, once again, I am seeing that recent communication I have received that sentence statement also is to be there. So, can you put some idea light on that?
Sir, actually speaking, I'm not an expert in claim drafting. It is a specialized job of IPU. So you can take help of them. But what I would suggest is that any claim first focus on the subject matters like composition of matter, product, process, arrangement of device. These things you focus in your first claim. Okay, your product comprises consisting of, your process consisting or comprising of, or your composition comprising or consisting of. Comprising is most importantly used sentence, not consisting. So you can start writing like this. Yes, sir.
Actually, a clear idea, clear guidelines is required for dependent claim and independent claim. That's what I
actually, sir, the more best answer you will get if you interact with IPU scientists, and because IPU people are assigned to help the scientists to draft the claims. Okay, they help you in drafting the claims. They draft the claims. Actually, they draft the claims. If you disclose invention to them, they draft the claims. They have the expertise in it. So I will not be able to give a clear answer to you. Yeah.
Yeah, anyone else? Yeah, Dr. Bandyopadhyay, you want to?
No, I think if there is any other regarding.
I have one like, yeah, Dr. Venkat, like, you have said about this toll gate analysis, like, I have a very simple question, like, if my patent doesn't pass through, like, it's not patent or toll gate analysis at any stage, at 1 or 2 or 3, but I know, like, it's in great demand, there is a huge market, like, say it's a guarded technology, like, it's important something. So how do I justify by anything, like, because through tool gate analysis of patentability, I see that, it's very, like, it's very obvious, suppose a glass melter, I think it's very obvious technology, like, it cannot be patented, but, there's a huge market demand. So how do I justify it?
That's why we do market fit. In market fit, we find that there is a market demand available for that product based on the import-export data or the already existing product available in the market. Okay, based on that, we can provide the imports. So it is a critical call, case by case. We have to see the details and take the action.
Right.
That's why in the last technology value proposition, no, we make the technology value proposition with respect to the already existing patents. And in market fit, we consider what are the product available, what is the import export data, and what is the demand available for the future. All those things we consider and make the report. So it is a case to case basis. We have to take the call.
Sure, right. Thank you. And we have one last question from Dr. Annapurna, who is the chief scientist from this glass division. So, madam, please.
Suppose some very specific embargo is not available in the market field, but the technology is very much guarded and it is the product is under embargo. But the process that we may be telling that also we don't know whether that is same thing we are following or we are going with the novel technology. That also is not very clear.
Yeah.
So that way, how you will be judging?
Yes.
There is no market. You cannot.
There is no
do the market
study.
survey as such. So there, how we can go ahead? We are with that problem as such.
First, madam, then it's better to do the general state of the art analysis. What is already available with respect to the product or process or the composition whatever you have developed. So to know what is already available. Based on that, we can further work on it. It may be very specific case which you are explaining to me. Maybe if I see the details, then we can further work on it.
Thank you, Dr. Venkat.
Okay, so we are at the point of summing up today's program. So we have been observing the World Intellectual Property Day 2024 today at CGCRI through different programs distributed into 2 sessions. In the morning session, we had a message from the Director General of the World Intellectual Property Organization, Dr. Darren Tan, and it was followed by the IP Day lecture titled Role of IPR in Sustainability by Mr. Munish Sudan, Head of IPR and Technology Intelligence from Tata Steel. In this session, we had an online interactive IP clinic where we had Dr. Venkataraman, Principal Scientist, CSIR Udip, Pune, giving us a detailed insight on the patentability analysis, techno-commercial evaluation of patents and proposed innovations with specific examples. And I'm sure this detailed analysis will be helping all of us while we go forward in filing patents and doing the techno-commercial evaluation of our research. So we thank Dr. Venkataraman once again for giving us his time and explaining each step very clearly. And I'm sure it will be immensely helpful for all of us. Thank you all for your gracious presence in both the sessions. So we close today's program with this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Venkat. We are now logging on. Acha.
Such you can be one like not black.
লোকের উপর ডিপেন্ড করে
तो दुकान क्या करने नहीं की
কটা লোক ডেকে নিয়ে এসে একটা কয়েকটি অনলাইন দিয়ে কিন্তু সে যারা পার্সোনাল ছেলেদের প্রবলেম হচ্ছে মেল করে বলি রিপোর্ট খুব ভালো সমাধান হচ্ছে
রেকর্ডিংটা স্টপ করতে দিল না হ্যাঁ রেকর্ডিংটা স্টপ করতে দিল না তার আগে লিক করে দিয়েছে বল
বলেছে তো বলে দিয়েছি তোমার দিক ঠিক ঠিক ব্যাস
হ্যাঁ এক্ষুনি না বল
তোমার দিক ঠিক ঠিক হবে না